Hey guys, what's going on? FYMUpon here, and welcome back to Warhammer Rogue Trader. Since we last left off, if I do recall correctly, we had been going through the Rykad Menorah sector, and we're basically just clearing up the heretical insurgency that has uprisen from the situation. After this, we are probably going to, we're probably going to see what the situation is like. We'll have to complete a little bit more here and there, but ultimately, hopefully, things will iron themselves out, and we'll be able to get some more dogmatic points, just enough to get us to dogmatic rank 2. But I digress. Without further ado, let's just get into things and see what happens. Alright. So yeah, goal is to get dogmatic rank 2. Once I do that, I can actually go back to returning back to the quest on the ship and getting that resolved. Mainly because we need dogmatic rank 2 to initiate this whole procedure, essentially, so it needs to be done. But beyond that, we do have a... Yeah, we're suffering quite a bit from a lot of things. We can quickly heal an old injury, though. It does seem like permanent injuries be removed and fully healed on the Void Ship's bridge. Old injuries have a chance to be healed. So I'm just thinking of the wrong things. These would technically be considered traumas, is what I'm going through.
How may I
So that was the issue on why I've been suffering so many injuries like this. It's because we've been suffering traumas, not injuries.
Color the uncolored. I'm restless.
So I'm going to quickly go here over to her, and I do believe we can cure at least this old wound.
Use it wisely.
My frail
So let's see.
required it.
Let's see. Medicaid test failed. It's a very difficult test. So we need to re-roll that. So let's go to the Cleanse of Menorahs again. And we're just going to keep rolling until we get a success, essentially. Yes, this is a bit cheesy, but we want to preserve as many medkits as we possibly can. That's just the smart way of going about it. So I want to take advantage of that, if we can.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty.
Integrity factor.
There we go. Pascal's old injury has been healed, which is exactly what we want. As for healing kits, we just swap over to a medkit here. But we do need better medkits.
My destiny among the stars.
We can't do an awareness check, though.
The premonition runs true.
The shuttle must have been shot out of the sky by a powerful weapon before it crashed into the building and fell into the once crowded street. Which is unfortunate, but that's just the reality of it. We can use a tech use check here. Okay, let's talk with the blind woman.
Know your duty.
The light, it's in me, it's inside, it's killing me, arg. I see death, I see the future. There does appear to be something over here, somewhere. It's probably down here, is what I'm wagering. Where is it? No, it's over here. Okay.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I think we've collected most everything. There is just this bottom section here that we haven't properly explored. So we're going to quickly go over here to see what's what. I think we've explored most everything, though. So it's just a matter of checking until... Well, checking everything to make sure that is in fact the case.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alright, well, for now, that is good enough for me. Okay, let's save here. You know what? Let's shorten it to stream 6. That way I don't have to write up a title every single time. I'm sure I could, but it might be easier just to keep track of it that way instead. Just for my own sanity. No need to make any fancy titles or anything. We can just do that, and that'll be good enough. Much like I do with the, Oh, 1 second. Oh, hell. Hey.
Arbitrators, secure perimeter. Formation 4755. Blato, heal.
A powerfully built man among the fighters quickly surveys the battlefield. His face, determined and impassive, recalls those seen on statues of heroes in the Imperium. His gaze remains trained on you as he raises an iron fist. A huge cyber mastiff immediately stops snarling in your direction and goes quiet at its master's foot. Its stillness punctuated only by the thick globules of blood dripping from its venom fangs.
Proctor Exactant Solomon Antha of the Adeptus Arbates. State your name and the purpose of your stay on Ricadamanoris.
His voice is calm and even, yet his finger remains firmly positioned on the trigger of his weapon. I am Ignatious von Valentius, successor of the recently deceased Theodora von Valentius. I've come to this world on personal business.
So, Theodora von Valentius is dead. I will deliver this tragic news to Marshal Strax. I honor the pact your predecessor made with the Adeptus Arbates. I won't keep you any longer.
The arbitrator bows his head. What was the nature of the arrangement between the Arbates and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonis and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial Tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
The Imperial Tithe is a tax imposed on virtually every planet in the Imperium. What are you and your people doing here, though?
Removing obstructions to an official inquiry. My unit and I came here to investigate the disappearance of one particularly valuable ship, but the mutinous scum got in the way. Now we are having to deal with them too.
What do you know about the situation on the planet?
Only that the governor is failing in his responsibilities. This is a planet-wide rebellion, and it reeks of madness, or worse, of witchcraft. The rebels are blinding both themselves and others, and their ravens are the most insane and unholy thing I've ever heard.
Are you not supposed to help the governor regain control over this world? I thought that maintaining order was the foremost duty of any arbitrator.
Not every uprising demands action by the Adeptus Arbates. For now, I'm simply assessing the situation, and if our investigation requires that the rebellion be crushed, then we will intervene. Still, the governor had best put a stop to this bedlam. He is not here to just sit and look pretty.
Agreed. What is this about a missing ship?
It's about a tithe ship. A vessel loaded to the brim with planetary tithes, amassed over a considerable period, suddenly went dark as soon as it departed Minoris.
What is this? What does the stolen tithe entail?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Minoris, they include the ceramited explosive reagents produced on Rykadi Philia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
Agreed. What do you intend to do next?
Fight our way to the local administratum palace and ascertain whether a fire or some other disaster hasn't destroyed the documents related to the investigation. I hope the clerks were smart enough to put the records before their lives. If the Emperor favors us, we will extract the data we need, or else interrogate the survivors before we pay a visit to the governor. The questions we have for him are beginning to pile up.
The Cybermastiff lets out a low growl and leans forward somewhere to the side. Tullamore fires a shot in the same direction without even looking. You hear a stifled gurgling rattle.
Arbitrators, eliminate the surviving rebels. Now is not the best time for conversations. With target practice standing around like this. Unless you have more questions, I will proceed with my assignments.
He immediately ejects the smoking casing from the chamber and reloads his weapon, ready for combat once more. Is the governor a suspect?
Every citizen of this planet is a suspect, but Governor Medina is under particular scrutiny. Seizing the sacred tithe requires access to information, resources, and power. The governor fits that profile. Then there's this rebellion. Convenient. How many records and crucial witnesses do you think will be lost? Some people call it cover-up. I do not like how aptly this term describes the present situation.
That is one fearsome-looking dog, however. I was impressed by his performance in battle.
That skirmish just now, Glato didn't even get to show off a tenth of what he is capable of. But he is quickly catching up with me for who's killed the most heretics today.
I'm on my way to see the governor myself. You and your unit could accompany me.
I must refuse. Our mission and the Marshal's orders take priority, even over a request from an individual as empowered as you.
Understandable. I have no more questions.
May the Emperor watch over us. That way, this meeting won't be our last.
Agreed. But, yeah. That was, menacing as it was entertaining. We'll just, gather what we can here.
So that is how servants of the law operate. Such coordination. Such a wealth of scarlet and gold.
Their dance of blood is more akin to a march. And yet, I sense a kinship in our drive to execute those who offend the undying Emperor.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun. But, I haven't really decided who, my whole group is gonna be anyways, so it might be good to, understand what I'm gonna be going with. So, that'll be fun.
I better myself through my service.
Yeah, that's a lot of, disarm attempts.
The Emperor
But,
favors
each
me
one
today.
gives us experience, so how can I complain?
Never doubt me.
That is 28 experience per, which is nice.
Duty prevails. The Emperor favors me today.
Okay.
I better
We
myself
shall
through my
reclaim what
service.
is rightfully ours.
Clearly oblivious to her presence, the soldier mutters incoherently and does not react to anything around him. Well, that's how he wants to be, well, so be it. It's clear he was doing his best to survive, and setting up explosions was necessary. Ancient Terra module. Or monocle. The wearer's lore Imperium tests depend on fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus.
Know your duty.
I see.
Watch out.
There appears to be yet another trap there, so that's going to be fun. There appears to be some groups here that we want to address, but first we will explore this side here.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
There does appear to be a lock picked, an area here that we can pick a lock for. It's a tech use, so there you go. We can go to the lower level, so I'm going to save under stream 6, and we'll go from there. Why not? Let's go. We'll go around, essentially. This is a new area entirely, I must admit. Oh, no, wait, no, this is actually the other area. Okay. So this is where it leads to. I see. Okay, so that explains a number of things. I mean, hey, we get experience for unlocking a door at least, so that's good. So I can't really complain, can I? Once this is loaded, we can continue on.
Let the
Alright,
faith
well,
guide my path to glory.
in that case, we just have to go straight and march our way through here. Preferably talking things down here. Let's save and let's go from here. That's assuming we want to talk things down. We could just be very dogmatic about it, which I'm probably going to be. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. You see that half of them have black holes where their eyes used to be. Some maintain a gloomy silence, others are wailing. Several armed insurgents are carefully watching over the terrified hostages, snapping every now and again at someone for shaking too much or crying too loudly. Come to your senses, Heralds. Look what you're doing to your own family. A woman, about 60, gray-haired but still young, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms towards him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Stop talking, embrace the redemption. Our children have gained true sight, while you still believe the lie. Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and why are you here? No. You tell me. Who are you, and what are you doing to these unfortunates? I'm the chief. My former name, Herald, is meaningless now. I am a father leading his family to deliverance from woes, to salvation. Aurora has opened my eyes to the truth. My children will see it. Herald, spare us. Spare your children. His mind and soul are pierced by shards of a colorful deception. He was once twisted by despair, and the Immaterium's influence can never be the same again. Pascal's voice hisses furiously. Layperson, cognition is not your primary function. You are saving your kin by holding them at gunpoint and believe that burning their eyes will grant them sight. It is evident that the author of demagogic teaching that confused you meant to make a mockery of your deplorable intellect. I remember when the Vizier used to sew our eyes shut so that his young spindlers would see the truth. Camilla's voice sounds hollow, but there are glowing embers of fury in her eyes. Our ritual was one of service to him. It tempered and prepared us for our duty. What you are working here is despicable heresy, a blasphemous mockery of our sacred disciplines. Are all these people your family? All of my adopted and blood children are here. I raised them all as my own, and now I must protect them. Help them see. What are you trying to save them from? And who is behind this? At Aurora's behest. Aurora is a great prophet and a great warrior. Their face is shrouded, but their gaze pierces the veil of time and sees into the future. I always knew the governor's dogs were hiding the truth from us. And now, the day has come. A prophet has come to Rykad Minoris and opened our eyes. The end of the world is coming, the final dawn, and only those who accept Aurora's truth will survive it. You have been torturing your own family in order to save them. You've been blinding them so that they could see the truth. Those who lack faith cannot grasp the truth and will not be saved. The old man is obstinate, but you sense that confidence in his voice is diminished. You believe the heretic lies. You sold your soul to the archenemy. But if you renounce this path, you will still have a chance to be truly saved. The old man sighs heavily. I don't need your mercy. Protect my family, and as for my own fate, I place it in your hands. Your family be taken care of. As for you, I condemn you to death. The old man's body falls to the ground. As soon as the hostages see it, they start moving faster, and soon disappear around the bend. One piece. Yep. We had to go the dogmatic route. We got to put our faith in the Emperor, and in this way...
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Yeah, this guy's pretty heretical. But he does have a bolt pistol and a few grenades, so the woes aren't that bad against everything. We're going to have Argenta go over here to clear out the demolition.
Prevails.
We'll go over here to disarm this one as
The
well.
Emperor
The
favors me
divine
today.
watch is over us.
And we should be good. But, yes, let's see. Is there anything further? Let's go down here. I'm going to save just in case, because you never know. There we go. Always gotta check to make sure everything's hunky-dory.
We are bound.
You can't
by
go
the
down
blood of
there, so
Marcus.
no point in going there further. Stark contrast to rest all nearby shops. The jars are labeled all persistent powder. Fills you up no matter what. Made in Necromunda's best factories. Okay, anything down here? Grab all these.
Let us walk this path to the end.
And off we go down here. Okay, what else is here? Command center. Okay, so we've managed to reach a, decent port. So I think we've collected everything that we can. Before we go any farther, let's decide what we want to do with the goggle here. The wearer's lore Imperium checks depend on fellowship instead of intelligence. We don't really use fellowship, so this isn't really that great. If we had conviction iconoclast, we gain 6 armor from that. You also gain a bonus to fellowship equal to 2 times iconoclast rank. So for us, it's 2. So yeah, so this gives us 2 times fellowship bonus if we were to go iconoclast, which we don't. So this would give us... So if we had a high fellowship bonus, this helmet would be insanely useful. But not many can wield it, so I think this is an Abelard item. Yeah, this is an Abelard item. But yes, no, this can be used instead for fellowship, I suppose, so there is merit to it in its own right. We're going to give this to Argenta. This gives her a... Whenever she hits successfully with a single shot attack, which is usually what she goes for, the target suffers slowed. The slowed condition makes it so movement points are -3, which makes melee units have trouble catching up to us. Increases melee damage against daemon enemies by 2. If the wearer has Conviction Dogmatic, the damage is increased to 4. I guess we will... You know, we don't give it to her. We could give it to Kibella, which would increase her damage against daemons, I suppose. So that's nice. We will give these gloves over to Argenta, because this just increases damage by 5 and crit chance by 5 when doing sniper stuff, which is what she's good at now. Okay, every time the wearer deals damage, they make the target suffer a -2 weapon skill and ballistic skill. Any good items? Let's see. Mesh Vest. Toughness. But it requires Heretical Follower to wear. Same for this Mesh Vest. Okay, so there is some vests that we can't wear. But regardless, we will save here, and let's keep going. We're going to go into the command center
With
now.
each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Let's go see what's going on in the command center. We have leveled up, though, by reaching here, which is good. So let's level up here. We should be level 13 here. So we are close to Psyker Majoris in power, so that's nice. Every night successful dodge and or parry by the Psyker and their allies combined grants Psyker +2 additional AP on their next turn. This is pretty good when enemies have a lot of attacks. Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power applied by the Psyker gain additional 9 armor. Sparks of a Greater Flame is probably pretty good. But let's see what offensive things we've got for powers. For every 5 cells between them and the target, and... Oh, you deal 2 more damage with single-shot attacks for every 5 cells between them and the target, and gain a +4 ballistic bonus. If we can increase our perception bonus, this would reduce by a certain amount, which is pretty good. I guess it really depends on our perception, huh? So, we do need a higher perception anyway, so it might be worth considering. Let's see. The enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional exploit stack. If 2 or more enemies are tied to the largest number of exploit stacks, one of the enemies is chosen at random. Inflict Despair. Whenever the operative hits an enemy that is affected by both an exploit and exposed weakness, that enemy loses 3 MP and their damage is reduced by 10. Eh. What classifies as a shingle shot? A type of range attack aimed at a single target. Such shots cannot hit opponents standing between a shooter and their target, but in case of a miss, successful dodge. Or successful over-penetration, they can dodge characters behind the main target. When a character attacks with a single shot, they roll to hits. Okay. So that's not what we want. Sharpshooter won't carry us here. Uncanny Sight would allow us to inflict exploits regardless. I think for us, we actually want a more defensive method. We're going to go with Covert Protocol. This is just going to increase cover efficiency and half cover. It's doubled if the operative had not moved during the turn. So this is actually just going to save us a lot of trouble, especially if we take a defensive stance. We have increased our perception as much as we physically can at the moment. We can increase other things, however. Let's see. Forge World, Intelligence Advancement, 10. So Perception, Willpower, Perception... let's actually see what we've got currently. We've got a willpower of 65, perception of 45. If we go intelligence, we'll just bring that up to 55. So, yeah, no, we increase willpower here as much as, yeah, we go with willpower here. We'll go Covert Protocol to increase our defenses, and we go Willpower. This will increase our damage output even more. Alright, then we got Pascal. Tactical knowledge. Okay. Tactical knowledge requires 3 exploits instead of 4, and increases operatives' damage by additional 10 once the... Eh. One MP, 1 deflection, and cannot fall prone. What is Pascal's current armor? He's got Deathwold armor. This is technically considered medium armor. If we were to give him heavy armor, he could probably make it work. But we can't really give him heavy armor because he can't wear heavy armor currently. And he's not classified as a tank currently, so there you go. Let's go with It Will Not Die. This will increase his wounds, which is what he needs most right now. Perception is an option, but I think we go weapon skill here. This just increases his axe abilities. Cabela? Let's see. Let's go with Dance of Thorns. If we get the Bloodstain effect, the creature suffers 2% more damage each stack. So if we go with Dance of Thorns and we make her a very powerful dodge tank, this works out well for us. It just increases her defense even further. What's her current HP? Well, actually, before we do, let's see. Can we get a bit more... Let's increase our wounds, because we kind of need the HP right now. So, Medicae is currently working as intended. I guess we want Athletics or Carouse. Ignatious has a 50, so that is good. But if we increase our Athletics, that'll be worthwhile, so we'll do that. Alright, we've got Itera. We're going to go with Covert Protocol as well. And I guess we just increase the willpower. That's just realistically the best option. A high willpower means more powerful incantations, basically. And then, of course, we've got Argenta here. Let's go with Exploit Surroundings, which increases cover efficiency in by 10 for full cover and 20 for partial. As for her other ability, I've given her already a boost to wounds, so that's good. Swift movements grant more movement points, but we don't need to go that far. If no other character in the current party has the same archetype as the character, the first archetype ability used in each combat costs 1 AP less. Considering we are lacking in soldiers, I think doing my part is probably the most potent here. Their allies gain half the bonuses of No Heresy, which is 5 critical chance and 5 armor against Xenos or Demon abilities. Whenever the Ministorum priests use War Hymn or Furious Recital, run around the priests and their allies. Nope. As it stands, there is no bonuses being given because it's equal to the number of zeal stacks. Let's see. Deals 1 more damage and 3% more critical damage with bolt weapons. If there's a bolter that allows sniper rifle fire, that'd probably be really good for us. But alas, I don't think that's a realistic option. Let's go with No Heresy. This seems like the most logical conclusion. And finally, we've got Cassia, who we can give something. If we go with Inspire Courage, this will give temporary wounds to a certain companion. Let's see. Whenever an ally is affected by an officer's ability or talent that grants them temporary wounds, that ally's armor is also increased by 10 for 1 round. Allies under the effect of the officer's abilities gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to 7 and will deal 4 more damage. No. Allies affected by the officer's ability gains a bonus to all resistance tests. That's really nice. Stand Witness. The next officer's archetype ability that does not grant next return will also affect the officer. Huh. Whenever the officer's ability grants action points to an ally, that ally also gains a +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained. Okay, that's not going to cut it for officer abilities. Well, I mean, there is some good ones, but nothing that really gives movement, which is kind of what we need. You know what? Let's go with Inspire Courage. Getting that additional 7 to wounds is really wild. Let's see. Commerce. Browse. Coercion. We already got 1 for commerce. I guess we go with coercion, because that is currently our lowest statistic. So we need to increase that alongside commerce. So let's go coercion. And that'll be it for now. It's not exactly ideal. We will have to remake things as we go along, but for now, we should be fine.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
A solitary young tech priest is offering ceaseless prayers to machine spirits at the command center. Okay. Welcome to Rykad Menor's command center.
Now that the heresy of rebellion has engulfed this entire world, no walls will offer shelter from his furious judgment.
Indeed. Our only option is to fight to the last drop of blood and secure victory for the glory of the Emperor, or to die in the attempt.
God, this is very pious for what it is. Okay, let's, before we go any further, let's save here, and let's see what's going on this cogitator here. This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous ports have been replaced. Not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnicide adorn its surface. One of the side panels have been removed. Bundles of gold-notched cables run from inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads awaiting access code. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Sacred Computation. Upon Logos Abel's orders, the archives of every augur station on Rykad Menorus and the 2 primary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Magos Maruf and Zareth the Keen, after 2 great champions of faith, though whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite cores. After their shells perished, the purpose of the sacred computation requested by the Logos is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Computation results: positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded by the Sacred Augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykad Menorus cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Logos Abel's conclusion: the insurrection on the planet has been long in the making, with the participation of external factors. It's alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the revered unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship's movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries. But what is the nature of their activity in Rykad Philia? Governor Mendez's attention must be drawn to... The final entry cuts off abruptly. The satellite Magos Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. His signature is consistent with records of the flagship of a rope trader dynasty, Osbon Valencius. The satellite, Zephyr the Keen, reports that the ship is drifting nearby, has hurriedly sped away. The ship has sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Menorus. Another transmission was directed to planetoid Rykad Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilights. Their contents could not be decrypted, and to be investigated. The entry contains planetside coordinates marked as Heavy Auger Station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. Interesting.
Know your duty.
Something worth investigating, I suppose. Let's go talk with the governor and see what's going on. The tall, dark-skinned man turns towards you and greets you in a curt military manner. Pascal Riccardi Admende at Coronis, governor of the Star System. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The governor's expression changes drastically when he sees Cassia. Lady Navigator, what an honor! I never thought that House Orcellia would grace our world with a visit. I only wish I could have received you under different circumstances. Cassia purses her lips, and an echo of grief knocks the wind out of those present. House Orcellia is grateful for the support that you have provided to Urak 5 these many years. Then, Governor notices Cabela's clothes, and his eyes go wide. He adds softly and cautiously. This woman. She's your bodyguard, I presume. Was she here to... He stops, choosing not to finish his question. I'm not seeing the convoy I had sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If that is so, I promise their punishment will be swift and severe. The convoy was ambushed and massacred. The only surviving soldier turned out to be a traitor and was personally executed by me. That is an outrage. I'll have the personnel vetting procedure changed immediately. The slightest suspicion will be grounds for arrest. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there's a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodore was the head of House von Valencius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you're now the rogue trader? My esteemed predecessor died at the hand of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns, and deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue trader von Valencius, slain. Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences. Your Lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship. And I need material compensation. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your lordship. You'll be compensated for any losses. And I'll see to it personally that your ship's holds are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserves. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the elite insurgency on this planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rebel will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming. Are you so confident that you could crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? I'd like to hear your reason. The insurgency is headed by a certain Aurora, a prophet who, according to their followers, possesses mystical powers. The rabble usual superstitions. I'm sure this Aurora is a charlatan muttering some druggle, which their dim followers think to be magic spells. It does, of course, warrant their eventual burning in the furnace of penance, but it does no point to there being anything special about this insurgency. Scores of crazed people with scorched eyes are stalking a city. Insurgents are maintaining their own? Good. Or maiming their own, rather. The insurgents talk of a final dawn, the impending demise of the world. Yet another superstition. Surely you don't expect me to believe in it. The insurgents managed to steal a Voxcaster, They have been listening to your people's communications. It's not much, but it is something I will order an audit of our equipment and see it to it that our communication channels are more closely monitored going forward. However, it was only the accidental success of an otherwise diagnosed mob of heretics, who have no understanding of the art of war. The insurgents are using the Arch-Enemy's artifacts, enchanted lenses, to perform unholy sorcery. I've heard about these lenses. What makes you think they're enchanted? Any fool can light a fire with a magnifying glass. And no sorcery. You ought to leave your bunker more often, Governor Menda. I've only recently arrived in this system, and I've already know much more about the uprising than you do, apparently. The governor's eyes darken, but your unwavering gaze makes it give in. All right. Perhaps I've underestimated the mutiny, running it off as the rabble's usual nonsense. However, if it does involve corruption and an underground cult, this needs to be investigated. I'll assign additional resources to it and take the issue seriously. My word, your lordship. I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defended the Star Wars. A sergeant who managed to impress a person such of noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman, Kunrad Vogtvir von Valencius, has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in this system, I want him handed over to me. Vogtvir is a traitor. Why, any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Fortunately, I have no information regarding his location. However, we have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from Logus Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all the electromechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Kunrad's movements. I'd hazard he fled from your ship. I'd hazard he fled from you on a ship, not on a pair of wings. Finally, Heinrichs van Kulox, an interrogator of the Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. You know where he is. The governor lowers his voice. You, Master van Kulox, has led the Herod Electrodynamic Snowbrew. It's an ancient monastery of Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I've already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kulox, you should go to this new room of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magos Hemnina, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretical hands. According to the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against laypeople and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained Magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenched his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the omnicide servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in the same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense force. Benda and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords. You have picked an interesting time to quarrel with the servant of the Omnicide, Governor. A Critical situation calls for decisive action. I simply cannot let every learned tech priest go to their death the moment they hear about an endangered relic. I need people who can do more than praise the Omnicide to look after the capital and its millions of citizens. Unfortunately, this Mago is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... The governor's voice dies down into a low growl of a drilling mechadendrite. Its tip is directed at the bridge of his nose. Mendak clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. This is the negotiation technique you resorted to. You think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be the last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implements, steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice, with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Only so. Why are you so determined to get to the monastery? Is it just because of the relic? It is why I came to this world. I am expected there. Well, it would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Magnus Hamnen, officially undertake to accompany you into the Reichad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Reichad system. You're Hanuman. You're alive. The governor raises an eyebrow and stares at the tech priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. I wish to know more about the monastery. This Nobrium has been run by the Adeptus Mechanicus ever since the colony was founded. A sacred reactor, guarded by its priests, power the entire planet. I can say no more. It is a forbidden place that even I have only been allowed to visit once before. And why have you not considered shelling the monastery, if that is where the insurgents have gathered, or deploy landing force? Fulfilling this request puts the monastery in danger of major destruction. The consequences of this decision for the world of Reichad Minoris could be catastrophic. Pascal, what is so special about the Cenobrium and a relic? What is in there that has drawn the attention of an interrogator of the Inquisition? I have never been there before. I would presume that the sacred relic of the reactor is capable of great destruction, should it end up in heretical hands. The fury of the freed machine spirits, once released from the sacred circuits, will destroy everything around them. The degree of damage inflicted may render the world of Reichad Minoris uninhabitable. Heresy must be purged from those blessed halls. I declare any desecrator who defiles the relic's power as Category 3 blasphemer, deserving of immediate execution. Finally, what has perplexed you about my companion's name? The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we received, August Abel Hanuman set off from the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobrium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master Van Klox? My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such person. What do you know about this Abel? I've met in person, supervised. Yep. Why did he fly to the... Why did he fly to the monastery? When the Logos of the Adeptus Mechanicus want to go somewhere, we don't ask why. We're gonna get more information on this individual. I would suggest that you infect the Extreme Logos' sanctum, but it was destroyed by rebels. We recovered several data crypts and connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a Vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal, intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer must be Archimagos Arnet, initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Irida tenses up and listens, then turns around sharply to face Pascal. I can hear my friend Snide whispers through the door. Be careful on your search, Magos. If you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it, every shot at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection. In every if you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it. You eat every shard at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection is deathlike. I see. That's all I want to discuss. Oh, hello. The Adeptus Ardency assuming command of this area. The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly, halts one step away from the governor, looking down at him. Governor Mendon, in the name of the Lux Imperialis, I, Protector Solomon Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the interior Tith. Taking into account the state of emergency on this planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particular by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Menda, though deathly pale, proudly raises his chin. Arrest me. Transfer my resources. Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress the rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the sacred Tith is simply... He stopped talking under the arbitrator's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicions against you, Governor. Now, let us go over everything one more time. The Tith was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I have requested without objection, as this measure serves to re-establish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly. It seems I am left with no other option than to obey your will. As his law-abiding servant, I honor the word of the Lex Imperialis. Unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is. This world belongs to Winterscale. Do the Adeptus Arbites truly have the authority to interfere in the rule of governors appointed by a rogue trader? We do. Besides, I doubt rogue trader Winterscale will find it disagreeable that the arbitrators have helped to clean up this madness. As for the governor, I imagine the Emperor's anointed will benefit from learning how diligently his servant has been performing his duties. Well, I would never think to oppose a servant of the Lux. The governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide the tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor. But before I give you the access codes, I must give a protracted self-exonerating statement. There's no need. All information required of you will be obtained during questioning, without witnesses. Be it your personal guard or the rogue trader. Just you, me, and Glacio. The Cyber Master lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down his spine. What is your plan, Proctor? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation. At the same time, we will crush the heretics' resistance. Most of them are hiding among the commoners, and a series of concentrated strikes against their residential districts and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish off the rebel carrion. blood of the throne. I'll be governing over nothing but ruins and corpses by the time you're done. Have faith in my methods, Governor. I'm not going to depopulate your world, after all. It needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. Why do you think the rebels are hiding among the civilians? They could have shelters elsewhere. I know this from a few intercepted Vox exchanges and a couple of scumbags we interrogated. But first and foremost, I know from experience, such munitions rabble always feeds off its families and associates, who also provide a source of recruits to support its ranks. And of course, there is the heretics' contemptible habit of using the local population as shields. We need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of resources. A sound plan, Proctor. Only harsh measures can restore order. Moore gives a slight nod. Better to cut off the hand than to let the infection overtake the whole body. Well, it's clear that he's not going to sit this whole... So are you going to sit this whole thing out in the bunker, or... Yes, this is far from what I was expecting from this assignment. The things we do for the mission. I wish you luck in your investigation, Proctor. Alright, now we can talk with the tech priest here. The painfully thin tech priest turns sharply towards you. A sudden movement makes his chromed augmentics briefly clang. His gray eyes, set under furrowed brows, almost blend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. We're just gonna quickly go through this. Yep. Pascal, what was that? Detail compliance, permission to transfer information granted. Your position enables you in that. Okay. What will I get in return for help? Including possible rescue of the most holy electro priests. Unit Port can promise no more. I'll discuss with the owner. What are you doing here? Why is the right kind of system? You know, I think you detect priests and men. Yep. Show me your arsenal first. For it, we've got multi-keys, we've got an analyst helmet, and a reflective shield. The shield's going to be really nice. Shields allow the wielder to block attacks. The wielder gains 1 deflection. The first use of a shield attack in a turn costs 1 AP less. We're going to buy the multi-keys, the analyst helm, and a reflective shield. If we can upgrade enough, we can upgrade and get some serious boons. So let's go into... Honestly, we're going to select all tradables here, and we're just going to sell everything. I think. Let's actually clear selections. Let's prioritize... specifications in descending order. No, not specifications. Type. Type is easier. If we do this, we will get the first level. If we give another holy gift, we will get another level. If we give 2 more gifts, we will get tier 3. And then if we give another gift, we'll get a tier 4. But let's see what trading we've got. We got up to level 3. We can get up to level 4 if we're lucky. But we get the Psyker Body Glove, which is insane. Plus 6 dodge if the wearer's willpower is more than 40%. Or in this case, it gives 3 times psi rating if the wearer's willpower is more than 40. Whenever the wearer uses run and gun, they gain +1 damage on their range attacks. Balanced Maul is nice. First Aid Manual. Using any medkit costs 1 AP less, but no less than 0. Needle Ring. Allows the wearer to fire a toxic needle once per combat. We will buy all available. We can't afford the stabilizing bracers at the moment, but that's fine. The ceramic or ceramite stormtrooper carapace. Metronome would be seriously powerful. Getting a +10 to all characteristics would go hard, actually. This is basically a +1 to range for Psychers, if we get that. But, let's see. Specifications in ascending order? No, cost, I guess. Cost would work, yeah. So if we go Holy Gift... we want to avoid Heretic Trophies because we can sell those for more. So, let's see. Ship Components is probably next thing. So this brings it up to 3,500. So 2, 4, 6. Mechanicus Creations can bring it up to 8 and 10, but we're going to ignore Mechanicus Creations because I want to hold off on that. But we can actually disable... Well, no, let's do ranged weaponry here. If we do that, then we can get the 2 that we need. I should have done 1 ranged weapon, but whatever. We'll do 2 more ranged weaponry, and there we go. Okay, that brings us to level 4. We can at least buy the metronome. We can't buy anything more than that, so that is just how we're going to have to do it. But that should be good enough. Alright, let's see what we got here. Let's go in date from newest to oldest. Let's see. Okay, newest to oldest. Here we go. This is going to be better for us, because this scales off our psychic rating. So we're going to have a nice juicy 6 extra dodge. Instead of the 5 dodge, thanks to the Synth Skin. The Reflective Shield is going to be pretty powerful for us. Can't be equipped by Pascal Hanneman. We could give it to Cabela, though. Forward defense. The wielder marks enemies within the area of effect and immediately ends turn. Until the start of next turn, the wielder gains 15 block against the first attack made by each of the marked enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder counterattacks the corresponding enemy. Nice. So now that we have a shield, we can increase our block chance, which is going to be seriously powerful. If we have a high enough agility, this Synth Skin is going to be pretty good. Let's see. We have a high enough agility with Argenta, so the Synth Skin is actually better for her. We've got the improved armored body glove. So, let's see. Armored body glove here is 15. Whereas the carapace chestplate is 20. It's equal to one's agility, so... Yeah, so +2 dodge and parry against melee attacks, +5 agility. This would increase to 4. But the dodge would increase up to 90 if we go this route. Improved armor body glove would increase armor up to 25, but I think we want the dodge more. Itera is obviously a weak force here, so we just go with that. And yeah, we'll have to swap the reflective shield for something else, but for now, that should be good enough. Getting more deflection, though, would work well with Abelard, so I guess we go with the sword and board for Abelard. Make him insanely powerful that way. We should be good. I do not see us using heretical vests here, so honestly, we might recycle these. I'm not sure. We'll see, though. Okay, we're going to go with the metronome. This is going to give us a +10 to characteristics. Using any medkit costs -1 less, or 1 AP, -1 AP less, but no less than 0. Okay. Whenever the target kills a target with an exploit using a single or dead-eye shot, nearest enemy immediately gains its exploit. Yeah. Alright, shield bash. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that we need. Commerce and Lord Imperium, we keep that, I guess. This is nice, but I think we can do better. Yeah, no, the Analyst Helmet isn't that good for us, but we can give the First Aid Manual over to either... We either give it to Argenta, or we give it over to Cabela. Argenta has the most movement, so she has the benefit of using healing, so we could give her, like, some specialization in healing, which wouldn't be a bad thought. But that's about it. Fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. I mean, I guess the best would be for her, right? Being immune to critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat is probably the best choice. So we'll give this to Pascal here. And the ability to fire a needle ring wouldn't hurt to consider. In fact, I give this to Cabela, and that'll trigger nicely. We've got some medkits, we've got a few things here. We'll give her 2 medkits, and we're probably going to go with frag grenades, I guess. Or do we? Getting the burn off is much more important here. Yeah, if we get the toxic there, and we get the gas cloud, that's probably good enough. There we go. And we'll replace these with, frag grenades, I guess. We'll do the same for Itera here, considering... Oh, no, wait, she can use medkits. What am I doing? Pascal can now use medkits as well, it seems, so there you go. I guess if you have the Medicae skill, you can basically use medkits regardless, so I suppose that works out in our favor. But having medkits across the board is not a bad thing. It just gives us a chance to restore wounds, which is nice. Mind you, it restores wounds equal to 6 plus our Medicae divided by 5. But having the ability to use it is nice. But yeah, if base skill Medicae is given, we can use the skill. Oh, if we have Medicae advancements, Field Medic, base skill Medicae, or Death Warden. I guess Medicae advancement is something that we should make a commodity across the group. Alright, Governor Menda. Greetings, your lordship, says the governor in a dismal voice, glancing reflexively at Solmor. Governor, you didn't steal the Tith ship, did you? Not you too. I swear on the Golden Throne and the blood of all the martyrs, I've never even considered committing such an act. Please, do not insult me with such suspicions. Tech Priest Korn Karn claims you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus Monastery. Of course he does. That tech priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad to be dispatched to the Holy Cenobrium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. Alright, this is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a single soldier to spare here at the capital. Okay. Let's just inform him.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alright, let's see. Follow the blood symbols, is a worry later. Visit base for Benares, yep. Find the makers of the confessions. Fix the issues affecting the Chapel's monastery. Head to the monastery. And request a response. Find Archmagos Armanas in the monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. What is our current rank, I believe? Let's see. We need 20 more points before we can actually get into Dogmatic. But I do believe we can eventually get to that. Go to Logos' private archive. Result of Logos-able data trance. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it. Shackled in stasis. The minds that initiated are slumbering in neural harnesses of their vows. I'm registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence of the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral had turned to a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. Granted by the homicide fluids. Yep. Alright, well, that's that, I guess.
Martyrs.
I think that covers the majority of the situation here. So, yeah, let's return to a ship. Because returning to a ship will set us up properly. And it also gives us a reason to explore the compartments past the ship. So we're going to... Let's start with void ship management. We're doing quite well on stuff right now. Let's go to the Thunderfang here. We're going to turn in some stuff here just to make it a little easier for us. We can go up to rank 4 at least, so that's what we need to go for. We'll go by cost. So getting 2 heretical trophies out of the way gets us to tier 2. Let's see. 2 armor kits is 300. So this is 500, so this brings us to 3,000. 3,300. 3,400. 3,500. Okay. Let's see. Miscellaneous is 50, so we don't really want that. Fuel is 100, so we want to keep the fuel reserves at least. Okay, let's turn in the armored body gloves, because that is going to be a lot of armor cargo. So 300, 600, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go, that brings us to that, and 250 is necessary to level up to tier 4. So, if we just use 2 fuels and 1 miscellaneous, that brings us to 4,750, which is just barely enough to cover all the trade. We will buy all available, which is the fire grenades, the pneumo boots, the Veil Render, Blinding Grenade, Mars Pattern Axe, and the Reaper Cape. Pneumo boots. Using the chargeability costs 1 AP less. We'll just buy all these. There we go. Now, if we can increase our profit factor, that's going to make things a whole lot easier, but we'll have to worry about that later. Alright. Alright, Abelard. Let's level you up. We want to prioritize defense here. I believe shield is definitely what we want for Abelard here. But we'll start with... let's see, is this... This is a talent, this is a characteristic. We want to ideally put that into a common talent, so let's focus on other things here. When a warrior takes damage, they gain 9% dodge, stacks up 3 times, and resets after a successful dodge. Okay. When a warrior uses a single-shot attack or a melee attack against a target, the warrior gains 19% armor against attacks made by that target. This just makes us even more reliably defensive. So yeah, this gives us an additional bit of armor when we do attack, so whether we attack or not just doesn't really matter. As long as we're tough enough, we should be fine. Our toughness has reached its maximum, so weapon skill is obviously the go-to here. Agility would be nice, but that's not Avalard's specialty, it's armor. Okay, we've got a choice between Taunting Scream, Forceful Strike, Breakthrough, or Reckless Strike. I think we go with Taunting Scream. Yeah. All enemies within the area affect within touching distance. So we go with Taunting Scream. And let's see. We are going to go with, let's see. I'd like to personally go with a shield effect. Yes, this does mean that he won't be, I guess we go with It Will Not Die or Shield Mastery. A shield only occupies a slot in a single weapon set. Yeah, so we want Shield Mastery. Alright, we can go with Weapon Skill, Agility, Strength, or Perception. I'm going to go Weapon Skill because that's just the staple. Caroused would be the best choice for us, I guess. We've already taken a... Well, we've already got Medicae per a skill. So I guess Carouse is the way to go. Alright. Whenever the warrior is hit while under the Dur effect, their damage deflection is increased by 1 until the warrior's next turn. That could be pretty good. Increasing charge distance is tempting. Stronger together would give a pretty decent bonus, but let's see. Close the interface for now. Let's see. Humanity's Finest gives toughness, so everybody would basically get an additional 5 toughness. Ah, no. Okay. That's annoying. Let's just get through this real quick. We go with Disarm. Weapon Skill. Taunting Scream. This is a common talent, so we want to go with the shield proficiency. Shield Mastery specifically. There we go. Weapon Skill. Carouse. And then we get another talent, and we get the skill. Let's see. I think in this instance we want as much HP as possible. At that point, I might as well wait for the next level to get the common talent to get more HP. So for now, we want to prioritize... we obviously want to keep prioritizing defense, but I digress. Whenever the warriors attack, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of the combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wounds for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 7. Okay, so when the warrior is attacked, regardless of whether he's hit or not, you gain a stack of Epicenter of Slaughter. So this will just lean into the defense by giving him a temporary HP boost, which he technically already gets. If I go with Hardened Scars, it will reduce damage by 1 point, specifically. Whenever the wielder successfully blocks an attack, they immediately use Shield Bash against the attacker, if possible. If the wielder makes a counterattack triggered by Stalwart Defense, the Shield Bash follows that counterattack. Huh. Melee enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses. This is actually really good. It's a little better than everything else, so we're gonna go with that. Let's see, Coercion, Demolition, and Medicae. We're gonna go with Medicae, because that will just increase the healing that we do with the medkit. So that will be our final choice, essentially. Alright. So we got the bunker, the starports, and the electrodynamic Cenobrium. So we are going to save here. If I am not mistaken, we will need to go through this and go, yeah, we will need to do the electrodynamic thing here. Alright, let's decide on who we're bringing. I think it's high time we abandoned Idara at this point. Pascal is a nice tank. Yeah, so we're going to abandon Idara. We're going to bring Kibilla, Argenta, Cassia, and Abelard. Yes, I could bring Idara, but we are the Psyker in this group, so we don't necessarily need to do that. Alrighty, tidy. Before we go any farther, let's see what we got. Let's go by type in descending order. Let's put the scrappy auto guns to cargo. We'll do the same for scrappy lasguns. Hand flamers, keep. We don't really need knives. The same could be said for swords, so we're gonna add these to cargo, add the swords to cargo. We'll add shock batons to cargo as well. Not sure whether I'll need them in the future or not, so I will hold off on deciding that. But that will cover the most of upgrades that we need. Okay, weapon-wise. let's just organize this once again. Okay, type in ascending order. We don't really need to worry about the shotgun, per se. Let's see. We've got the heirloom pistol here. Applies +5 to perception and ballistic skill when it's worn. But let's see what warrior stuff we have. Axe built for bleeding. We've got the prisoner shank, which is a 1 to 18. Axe, rated mono life that inflicts bleeding. On a hit, the sword attack inflicts a disturbed effect on the target for 2 rounds. If the target of the attack is already suffering from the disturbed effect, the attack deals an additional 12 damage. -10 target to target's parry, +2 to wielder's crit chance for each attack they make. And then, of course, we got Vein Render. Each crit scored with this sword increases Veil Degradation by 2. The next attack with this sword deals Veil Degradation multiplied by Psi rating damage. Sword deals an additional 2 damage. That could be very scary. I don't really like it. On one hand, this could be a very powerful weapon. On the other, the Veil Degradation is going to go through the bloody roof. Soul Siphon. If used by a Psyker, whenever this sword hits an enemy, Veil Degradation is reduced by 1. The sword deals an additional 2 damage. I mean, it's a better sword than the alternative. So let's go with this 4 sword. Heirloom pistol, I guess we keep with that. There's no reason to not. Okay, and with that, we're basically good because we don't really need to worry about Psyker stabs. Alright, now we move on to Pascal. I believe there was a specific axe for him, a Mars pattern axe. Oh, no, it's just a one-handed axe, not a two-handed axe. There is a bolt pistol. Then, of course, there's a few other things. The range is 3, but maximum is 7. Range 8. Wielder's critical hit chance increased by 5 and armor pen by 13 against adjacent targets. A shotgun would actually be pretty wild if we were to go with it. Let's return to the arc rifle, because that deals 10 to 15 versus 12 to 17, but the arc rifle has the perk of hitting each creature in a 2-cell radius around the main target. Alright. It's not ideal, but it will have to do. Right, that's that. I mean, I could swap over to the shield, but we're keep giving that to Abelard. For her, we're basically good. For Argenta, we're basically good. There is things for Abelard, though. We can give him the boots that reduces charge costs by 1. We can also give him this helmet, which increases armor by 6. It also grants a bonus to Fellowship, so that's a good thing. But the increase to armor is by 1 is pretty decent for what it is. We can also give ourselves a +5 to armor. This could be in replacement for the immunity to crits, so I guess we replace that. There we go. That'll just make Pascal a little bit more tanky, considering Abelard is taking most of the tank right now. So we replace this. There we go. Let's see. Coercion divided by 5. Yeah. I still prefer the, I prefer Blast Wave more. So we stick with that. Is there anything else I need to put in? I don't think there is, but it still doesn't hurt to check. Alright. I mean, once I get heavy armor, I can actually, once I get heavy armor proficiency, technically I could sack the dodge and just prioritize armor with Pascal, which would be viable. It's probably for the best if we go heavy armor with Pascal. It's similar to the method I'm going with Abelard anyway, so it'd work out quite well. We'll cover the landing area, Your Lordship. Okay. We'll just explore the area real quick. We will save here. Took a lot of organizing, but it was necessary. Before we go any farther, I should probably, so Abelard, we want... Yeah, want Abelard in the front here. Pascal on the side as well as her. We're there, and we want her to be here, and then we go there. Odd positioning, but it's necessary. We'll save just to be certain, so that way I don't have to edit it again. And we'll go from there. Took a lot of micromanaging, but it's necessary in these sorts of things.
I rise above hardships.
Succeeded. Lay people unworthy of entering the hallowed Cenobrium humbly said their prayers next to this computational altar. Grab that. An athletics of 70. Save here.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
For our troubles, we gain another med kit and another fur grenade,
With
which
each
is good.
step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
And we got an awareness test here. With an 80% chance. So I guess we check this.
My house would be proud of me.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the same wardens the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Yeah. And then we got this.
Accomplished.
The pieces are molten at the edges. The statue was likely blasted by a barrage of multi-laser turrets, the type found in landing shuttles. I don't see anything else beyond here, so... yeah. Hey. Alright, we can open the gate, but before we do, let's look around.
Blood of martyrs.
Okay, nothing so far. Let's open the gate. The electrodynamic Cinebrium. The heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. Never had time to reach for their weapons.
Guide my strikes true against the heretics who have encroached upon these halls. Let not one villain escape the God Emperor's retribution delivered by our hands.
Your hues are so vivid, Sister Argenta. The hatred that fuels your words and impulses burns like a supernova.
A mercilessly quick electric shock was not what killed the cultist. His face contorted in pain, as if he was tortured. You note that wire junctions are often marked with the symbol of the key that appears to connect the two lines.
Searching is my observance.
Okay, we get that awareness check. We've also spotted a secret. So we're going to pop this open.
Let us walk
Mummified Electro Priest. And another Mummified Electro Priest. Let's save here. See what's going on with these guys. A Tech Priest's body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covered his withered flesh. His augmentics have been polished with great care. Intricate elytras cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelop his head. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man, and carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrites. Honored adherents, I thank you for showing us the truth of Fabricator General Provoker's maxim. Death does not end the service of the spirit striven. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. The ancient servant of the homicide must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in a digital retrieve, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while the frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Such purity of color. I've never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirits. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table, the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from bird cogitator circuit boards. There's no dust on these small offerings. They're clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The box on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric area that turns into a crackling, somnant voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second Galvanic here. The second Galvanic hymn is a revered and miraculous prayer to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnicide who lights the sparks of reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Be so indeed. Who or what are you? The box grows louder. Vector Electroid Dower Impulse 2. By the will of the Omnicide, the prior of this monastery, and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here, in this cell of mine, I have conquered death. My mind has soared towards the Omnicide in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side. For I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become as fast as a flying electron, a ray of light, and time is no mortal. I'm eternal. By binaric reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god and share it with the humble priests who come into my cell, thirsting for my knowledge. The monastery is under attack by the heretics. Can you help? In my daydream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said that the fourth article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall introduce upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relics, but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing, to stand up to the blasphemous? I may not be a member of your priesthood, but you and I are of the same faith. That statement is true. The first order of security says, fear above all evils, the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the sixth article of security, that knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry, crackling sounds come from inside the crypt walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest command. For our troubles, we basically get the blessing of sacred access, which gives us a 50 armor against shock damage. This is permanent until we leave the area, I believe, so use it while you can. Then, of course, we got this other mummified Electrum Priest. I don't think this guy... I think this guy is basically the same thing, but you never know. Enveloped in wires, yeah. There is no difference to the two, as far as I can tell. It's just finding them and getting their blessing, which is a welcome addition. The cultists were killed with a hit to the back of the head, or hit to the back from...
destiny among the stars.
Well, a hit. I'm gonna save here, because I wager this is gonna be a battle. Here they come. You shall be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
Alright, well, we've been ambushed, so, let's start by going over here with, Argenta. We'll activate Furious
Faith without
Recital
deeds
here.
is worthless.
And I guess we can do a fire grenade. Well, how resistant are they to fire? Shock damage suffered is increased by 25. You gain 2 deflection, 20 armor, and minus 10 to dodge. Creature gains immunity, disturbed, perplexed, and staggered. And the creature restores 10 wounds each time they suffer shock damage. But otherwise, they don't seem to have any resistance or immunity to fire, which I'm going to take advantage of. Alternatively, I can throw it here, but I don't think that's going to work here, so... Let's start by, wounding the first Electro Beast here.
Not the Emperor's will.
There we go. Cassia is going to have a bit of a bad day, but that's fine. Ow.
Aim for the heart
Okay.
next time.
Okay. Let's first reveal... Yeah, so first we want to do... Reveal the light on Pascal here.
Being ordered around.
We are then going to do Voice of Command on Pascal.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then follow up with a Bring It Down, because we want to take out the Electro Priest here. We could do the Machine Spirit Communion, but that's not what we want. We want to guarantee the kill here, ideally. What does this axe do? It does sweep. Okay, so we want to benefit from... the operative's next non-area attack inflicts the Intimidate effect on the first target hit by the attack and all enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target. So we want to use this. And then we guarantee the Intimidate here. Guarantee the kill there. There we go. Nice. This leaves her in a compromising position, but that's fine. Alright, Pascal's turn is next. We are going to activate the... Let's activate the Motive Force here. This gives everybody a boost in Machine Spirit Communion. We are then going to move here.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
And we can inflict bleeding on the target, I suppose. Thus, I will do this. There we go. Get the bleed in. Thankfully, Cassia is a very good dodge build, so that's good. And now everybody's going to start doing this. The Electro Priests are going to start throwing hands.
There is
That's
only
fine.
death. Yours or mine.
Oh god, these Electro Priests have just entered the fray in such a good way. We are going to do a Intimidate here.
Indeed.
There we go. Taunt them so that way they start chasing after Abelard. We will brace for impact here. We will endure.
Victory is imminent.
And we don't necessarily need to use Sworn Enemy here specifically, because all of them are basically the same. So if I go with a Power Swing, That should be enough. I don't need to do stalwart defense currently, so I will just do a swing here.
I'll do my duty. Target well,
Target everybody there. There we go. That's going to give us a nice, juicy defense. Okay. Camilla, we want you to go with, the Blade Dancer's next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass a toughness with -22 or become immobilized. Let's do a captivate audience. I think Death from Above actually triggers this.
The
But let's see.
shadows will see it done.
This should trigger the bleed, I think. Okay, it did not, but that's fine. What I can do here is I can do a blade dance here.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
Okay. Okay, we can either attack up or down, or I can attack one. If we attack multiple, we go with this, I guess.
I shall not. Death is a blessing.
There we go. We can then do another jump, which deals 11 damage to all adjacent enemies. Which we will jump
As
here.
honor ordained, killing
Guarantee another
brings
kill.
me no pleasure.
There we go. And we'll
I
just
will
go
leave
right behind
footprints
this
of
Electro
scarlet.
Priest here. There we go. Alright, Ignatious. We want to deal with these Electro Priests here. Let's move this here. We want this to be a more defensive thing. I guess priority-wise, we want to... Yeah, I guess we start with the Ignites. If we do it against this guy, he's going to burn to death, I would wager. So let's do that. There we go. We also do half damage to him. We then give a boost to... I guess Abelard, because he's going to start getting affected now. We then want to move out of the way, because things are about to go crazy. And yeah, so we want to move out of the way here, because Abelard's going to start getting surrounded. And then we should be good.
Doubt is for the weak.
Here we go. And the rest we will entrench for. There we go. These guys are going to start trying to move into position, but fail miserably. Yep. This guy is going to perish because of the burn. Let's give Ignatious the ability to fight back here. We are going to immediately just burn this guy to death.
Your corrupt way has failed.
He goes down. We are then going to give Kabila a bit of a boost just in case. And I could do the Inferno Heroic Act, but I don't think that's the logical conclusion. Instead, we want to do this, which will guarantee the hit and guarantee the kill.
For the higher purpose.
There we go. Done.
for the Emperor.
Swap back to our staff. There we go. Easy peasy.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Cultists were killed, yep. But thankfully, we are just built different, if you will. A motive force field seals the passage, threatening... Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna save here, I guess. Let's see what's in here. I don't think we can open this door, but we'll check.
We are bound.
Yeah, no, we can check, and we get the Data Altar of Sacred Analysis. We'll use Pascal to open this. There we go, and we get the Data Altar of Sacred Analysis. I think this gives us a unlock here for a secret chest. I could be wrong, though. The Cogitator's screen, or green screen, lights up at your approach, and displays a flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn reveals to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let us sing the canticle too. The device keyboard lights up, clearly expecting you to enter the rest of the verse. Pascal, can you remind me how the hymn goes? Pascal's block lets out a noisy groan as if he's clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." Abelard snorts and struggles to suppress an involuntary smile. "For help us all. It seems Magos has been caught out of not knowing a prayer. And now he's floundering like a cadet in exam. I never thought I'd see the day." Alright, so we're going to do a quick Google search. Give me a second. Here we go, Rogue Trader Guide. I normally do this anyway, so it's no big deal. Let's go to Gleam of the Final Dawn, I believe it is. Yep. We'll ignore Heinrichs for a moment. Okay, that's noisy. Apologies, I'm just going through this. Let's see. Okay, where is it? Apologies if I'm delaying. I'm trying to figure out what this is. Huh. apologies if I'm taking a while. I'm just trying to figure out where the details on this is. Let's interrupt the prayer for a moment. Let's see. Data Altar of Sacred Analysis. There we go. Phrase 1. The Omnissiah, from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Alright, so this is the first. The Omnissiah, from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Verse 2 calls to you, pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with the gratitude towards the arcane key closest to the circuit. Now finish the prayer. May the unity of the sacred charge's power, the immortal reason that hath created the spark. A solemn barneric thrill comes out from the cogitator. Verily so. A pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts of the enlightened. For our troubles in answering this correctly, we get some good things. We get the items, obviously, but we do get an arc rifle and a pinpointing visor, which grants us a 15% critical hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50 wounds left. So getting more crit is not a bad thing, especially for a certain somebody. So let's see. Yeah, so this grants 15 critical hit chance to ranged attacks against enemies with less than 50 wounds left. So Argento will be basically sniping certain enemies out, which is a good choice for us. This is slightly better than the 5% hit chance and 3 crit chance, because this applies to just weaker enemies. This does mean that it's not going to always be ideal, but it's good enough. Let's see. I guess for now, Unfading Valor is going to be replaced with a new bolter, I guess. Let's see. The bolter or the modified bolter? The modified bolter has 1 additional rate of fire, but that's about it. I'm going to keep Unfading Valor, though, because why not? But if we want 5 hit chance and 3 crit hit chance, that is going to work for anybody, I would wager. We're probably going to give it to... We can give it to anybody, really. But I don't think it's going to work well for us right now. So we're going to keep that on the back burner. I'm sure that'll come in handy in the future.
Path to the end.
Alright, for now, though, let's get going. Don't need to go any farther than that here. So we will head on our way over around here. Alright, let's save here, and we'll go from there. There are no wounds in the heretic's body, but his face is contorted in terror, and his eyes are bloodshot from ruptured vessels.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Oh god, lag. Well, that's to be expected sometimes. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a box hangs from his belt. The emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. You try to focus on the man in front of you, but you cannot shake the image of the deadly torture he inflicted on his victim. Your pulse quickens, blood pounding in your ears, and sweat beating on your skin. Seneschal, isn't this the chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor? Seneschal, isn't this the chap we were supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor?
I dare say it is, Lord Captain. Now, if it were possible for the gentleman to properly introduce himself and dispel our doubts.
Seneschal? Lord Captain? Do I have the pleasure of speaking to a rogue trader? Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. I must confess, I'm perplexed to meet someone of your standing in a place like this.
The man looks over Abelard and then at you again. I'm here to collect you. I'm under orders from Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require. After which, I am to provide you safe passage to Footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Heinrichs ruminates sadly on what you have told him. Then he makes a of satisfaction and speaks.
Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult. You are addressing a rogue trader.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
Heinrichs casts an apprehensive glance at Abelard.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor.
Heinrichs arches an eyebrow, examining the coat of arms on Cassius' clothing.
I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the Final Dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the Holy Power Source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted Final Dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
The Dux Priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. As Heinrichs van Kalox speaks, you suddenly notice the way he's looking at you, with his eyes slightly narrowed as if he's peering into your soul. A soul that is touched by the gift of sorcery. The change in your expression does not escape the interrogator's notice, and you see the corner of his mouth twitch. He must have instantly recognized a fellow psyker. Precisely what were you doing at the monastery?
I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
And what have you done with him?
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins.
I can help you with Aurora. Let us join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright. Heinrichs is a required individual, so now we've got to decide between Cabela, Abelard, and all that group. For this occasion, I guess we're going to have to abandon Abelard for the moment, because Heinrichs does need to come with us, so we will keep Heinrichs and Pascal with us for this occasion. And we'll keep Cabela, Argenta, and Cassia, because Cassia is needed for buffs. Cassia is needed for buffs and officer abilities. Argenta is just very good in general. And we do need the range for what's coming next. And Cabela is just, in general, nice to have. Although we don't necessarily need to have her. Let's actually swap to Abelard here. We've used Cabela enough. We're going to stick with Abelard and just stick with the normal group here. I need a tank. And while Pascal is a nice enough tank, we still do need somebody better. Alright, let's level up here. Although I guess Heinrichs is a warrior, so he does have that advantage. Well, for now, let's worry about it later. Ideally, we want to increase his toughness, so let's see. We'll start with the clenched teeth. We're going to min-max toughness, I guess. So this brings it up to 40, this brings it up to 45. Toughness here is 35, so bring this up to 40. Okay. We've got some powers here. I think we go with Shield of the Emperor. Until the start of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by a word of the Emperor increases their deflection by 1 and armor by 12. This is equal to 10 plus allies resolved divided by 2. This psychic power can only be used while there is at least one ally affected by the word of the Emperor. Word of the Emperor is an ability. All allies in a circle within a 5-cell radius gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack increases the resolve bonus by 2. Having the ability to heal is not a bad idea for Sanctic powers, so that is a pretty cool power. The deflection bonus is certainly going to be powerful, though. So we're going to stick with Shield of the Emperor here. We've also got the choice of Invigorate and Enfeeble, but, yeah. We're gonna stick with the Shield of the Emperor, because this gives a... Oh, this affects all allies specifically. Okay. All allies affected by word... Okay. All allies in a circle gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. Every additional stack of this effect increases resolve bonus by 2. Let's go with Taunting Scream, because this will urge them to chase after... Yeah, let's go... Let's treat him as if he's a quote-unquote Abelard main. So we'll start with Athletics. We will increase Toughness by as much as possible. The Psyker's armor increases by 5. This bonus increased by 5 at the start of every round of combat except the first. Destined is probably going to be some seriously potent armor boosts, so we go with that. We continue increasing Athletics. We do want to attack with him as many times as we can, so we do want, not ramming speed, but we do want, where is it? I guess we can take Thick Skin. This will give us some protect or combat things. Okay. Until the end of combat, the warrior gains 4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. This turn, melee attacks deal additional warrior strength divided by 2 damage. For 1 round, the warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains 20 parry and 2 deflection until the end of combat. This is probably going to be the biggest. Okay. This will give us some defensive boosts. Let's actually go with defensive stance and then disarm. Okay, now we increase either willpower or weapon skill. So willpower is at 45. If we increase that by 5, that'll be good. So we increase willpower. This will bring us up to 50 willpower. Okay. Regeneration or warp speed. Require invigorate or enfeeble. The same for warp speed. All targets within the area suffer a -5 penalty. And a +3 increase to all incoming damage. Nope. Shield of the Emperor increases all allies affected. Increase their deflection by 1, armor by 12. I think Shield of the Emperor is probably the most reliable. But I'm going to actually go with Enfeeble here. This will just nerf the enemy. All creatures within the target area of a 10-cell radius. And Word of Emperor is specifically with a 12-cell radius. So this just works well with what we got here. The first time that momentum reaches 200 during a Psyker's turn, the Psyker gains 5 to all characteristics, 1 to resolve, and 1 to reflection, and 1 to all damage that Psyker deals until end combat. Psalms of Heroes. This could actually go really hard, now that I think about it. The Psyker's psi rating is increased by 1 until the end of combat every time an ally uses a heroic act. That's wild. Well, either way, Second Sight increases the range by... Second Sight will help with range, so we want to go with that. If we go with Weapon Skill, we would increase it up by an additional 5. So we go Weapon Skill here to increase it up to 50. Okay, Athletics is set up. Now we do Carouse. Ideally, we focus into defense. Every time a Psyker deals damage, they gain 1 stack of Sanguine Siphon. If the damage was dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, gain 2. Eh. We're going to go with Disarm. This increases our armor value significantly. Then we do another Carouse. Alright. So, let's focus on Heinrich's here. He's got a... Currently, he's got a Flak Vest. But having him wear heavy armor is probably going to be in our best interest. But we'll worry about that later. For now, let's just give him flak armor, and he will be set up with armor. Let's see. We'll give him immunity to crits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Let's give him resistance against warp damage. I could also give him tactical goggles instead, but eh. For now, let's give him the Biomancer Staff. Because we want him at a range, because he's currently not in a good position for melee to a degree. But we can give him the Veil Render, or the other sword. Which was it? Veil Render... each critical hit scored with the sword increases Veil Degradation. Okay, we don't want that. We want the... I mean, we got the Soul Siphon here. I mean, let's give him Veil Render. There's no reason to not. This sword deals additional psi rating and damage, basically, so that's good. And then we give him a better pistol. Auto pistols are nice, but I think we go with the Precise Las pistol here, giving us a Deadeye shot with the pistol. I'd use other things, but the Precise Las pistol is just too good to pass up, so there you go. We will prioritize him using a Biomancer Staff for now. It's not ideal, but it will have to do for now. Okay, I wasn't exactly expecting this, but hey, we work it out. Hard and comfortable Sono. We got a logic test here, so we will save here.
Operation successful.
Hey. By doing that, we open up this. The symbol of the Omnicide is inscribed on the wall, which, yeah. We get the Charge Staff. And we get the leather armor.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The items were packed as cargo. That's not exactly good. You don't exactly want that. That's for certain. Okay, we're fine with the daggers. Oh, did they not get packed in cargo? Here we go. Okay, good. I was worried there for a second. Alright, let's see. So this Charge Staff is basically the same... Well, it's not the same as the Pyromancer Staff. Honestly, I much prefer the Lightning Staff. Because it does Lightning Arc, which is 4 targets within a 3-cell radius, dealing Psyker's staff power level, multiplied by Psi rating plus Psyker's willpower bonus, damage to each. Versus the Pyromancer Staff, which really just does a level 7 Inferno ability. It's a burst of rays, but honestly, I don't really like it. I'm gonna go with the charge staff here. Just, it holds up better, I think. There is also the diviner staff we could potentially use, which increases willpower by 5 instead of 10, and gives us a perception 5 with the consign ability. This basically allows the next hit against the target to be an automatic crit, which can technically work in tandem with Heinrich's stuff, which is odd but fun. But I digress.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
We'll go from there for now.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Grab this. Alright, let's save here. And let's get ready to begin. Okay, we've saved, so we just gotta wait here.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
It would appear the Electro Priest damaged the motive force circuits on purpose to turn them into a trap for the intruders.
Data meditation is terminated.
Okay, in that case, before we engage farther, we're actually going to move here. And we're actually going to prevent ourselves from going farther here. We're instead going to initiate the fight early here. And put them in a position where we have to... Yeah, we're putting ourselves in a position where we can avoid the... electricity altogether. I will temporarily put myself in half cover here. Cassia will put herself here. Well, no, let's put Cassia here. Abelard can go here. Heinrich can go here. Pascal can go here. Let's have everybody clump up here to a degree. Alright. Let them start coming over. We want them to chase after us, basically. Put them in a position where they have to chase after us, not the other way around. Okay, let's move 4 here. We will burn this guy. Or better yet, we can do electricity if we so desire. No, we want to burn so that way we can actually move back here. But before that, we should definitely do this.
The Emperor commands.
There we go. Then we burn.
I will not be deterred.
There we go. And then we can move back here. And then we want to give the buff to either Abelard or Heinrich. We're going to go with Abelard here. Alright, Argenta. We don't need to do anything, but we will entrench here. This just makes it a little easier for us. Alright, off they go.
Warning to all who oppose us.
We're going to move 3 here, so that way we can throw down a blast. Is what I would say, if not for the fact that we can just do this. near everybody, is starting with a exploit. Yeah, we're just going to do this.
Running binary override.
Alright, we are then going to move... We'll activate Tactical Knowledge, I suppose. Why not? And then we'll move back. Cassia, we want you to buff. We'll start with Abelard here.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
We'll use Lidless Stare just to decrease the veil. And that should be good.
Stay vigilant.
Alright, Heinrichs. Move Heinrichs back here. Alright, we can activate this.
For the throne's glory.
Get word of the Emperor out. We can do,
let's see to it.
The Iron Arm to give Abelard some even more buff. Alright, charge. Endure and taunt. And Feeble is there if we so desire it, but we don't need to. We don't need to use it just yet. Okay, so these guys aren't basically not going to move if I don't move Abelard in. Alright, well that's fine. Let's get Endure, which gets us 5 deflection and 12 wounds. We are going to move in with Abelard here. We are going to charge in. There we go. Activate this. We can do an area of effect here.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
There we go. That deals with one of them.
Follow my lead. Go to the heretic.
Ooh, Abelard takes 7. Okay, let's go here. We will nuke the guy there. And I'll give myself the buff. And I guess we... Yeah, I guess we leave it that. And we will move Ignatious back.
Shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Okay, we are gonna go for... Okay, let's go for a run and gun here with Argenta. We want her to go here specifically. We're going to leave Abelard to his devices by being there. We are going to throw down a Furious Recital here. We've got a choice of nuking down enemies here, but we don't need to worry too much about that. We'll Not too worried about the warrior,
As
so
the
we'll just
Emperor commands,
nuke this
I
guy.
act.
Go down yet another
That
shot.
is for the weak.
There we go. And we shoot
Faith
back
without deeds is worthless.
and entrench. There we go.
Faith strengthens me.
And they're doing 7 damage. Not a fan of that. Okay, Pascal.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
If I were to use a ranged attack, this would be a problem. I'll use tactical knowledge here. And then I'll back off a bit here.
He's the tread of his faithful.
Cassia, we want you to move in.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
We are going to give... Let's see, how's Ignatious looking? We can give Ignatious a bit of a boost. So we'll do
I'm
this.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
We will reduce the flux of the
If you
area
insist,
here.
Lord Captain.
And we'll go from there. Abelard's looking a little worse for wear, but that's fine. Okay, if we move into position here, that's fine. We can't exactly reach these guys, so that's a bit of a bummer, but we can certainly prioritize these guys here. If I wanted to, that is. Alright, let's give another word to the Emperor here. Let's buff up Heinrichs a little bit.
Let's see to it.
We will enfeeble these two.
I won't object to it.
There we go. And I will bulk
For
up
the
with
throne's
Heinrichs
glory.
here, because he's going to be going into the melee in a moment.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Alright, Abelard, we want you... We go here. We should be able to charge this guy and get a kill. There we go.
Reduced to dust. It will be done.
Okay. We will activate
I will
this.
do my duty.
And let's see. Deals 15 damage to a single target.
It will be done.
Here we go.
I've suffered worse.
Whoop. Abelard has suffered a bit of an injury. But thankfully, the Blessing of Sacred Access gives us 50% armor against electricity, which means we only suffer 1 shock damage, which is quite alright for us. Okay. From here, we will move
Let
up.
my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps.
We are going to activate... Well, we can't reach these guys in the back, so we don't bother. So we're first going to weaken this cultist. We then want to absolutely brutalize him. Get us 48 damage. And let's see, we can't really use Lightning Arc Heroic Act just yet. But we can certainly give Heinrichs a bit of a boost. And we end here. Alright, Argenta will move forward here. We are going to give her the Firearm Mastery. We're going to prioritize this Cultist Gunner first.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
There we go.
I am his will made manifest.
We will, at the very least, get a kill here. There we go.
The Emperor's judgment.
And then we make a pot shot at this guy in the back. That gets us the majority. We are going to shoot our way over here.
I act.
Alright, Pascal, we want to move you here. It's by no means the perfect solution, but it is a solution.
My vow is to serve.
We'll do that at least. And that is the best that we can do. As for Cassia, well, she can move up, I guess.
Not to cross my gaze.
What we can do is we can buff up Argenta, I suppose, here. Yeah, if we buff up Argenta, we should be able to get this working. So we do that, we give Argenta a bit of a boost, and then we bulk her up again, give her another shot. We can only shoot once, so we just have to make a count here. There we go, get the guaranteed kill there. And that just leaves the gunner. So all we do here is just make sure we keep getting our stacks in. We'll give Pascal a bit of a buff here. We are going to move forward here.
Naturally.
We'll bulk up here with Endure. And that'll be good. Abelard is going to run up.
My place is at the fore.
Ooh. Thankfully, he's got a big defense against such things.
Indeed.
Alright, we charge him forward. We will endure. We'll target you as the focus for defense. We could taunt, but I think it's better if we use...
Can do this.
I think it's better if we do stalwart defense here. There we go. Alright, Ignatious. We move forward. Can we target you? No, we cannot. So we just have to keep going. Give Argenta a bit of a boost. That's the best that we can do right now. If we use Argenta and use Run and Gun, we will increase our movement speed up to 14. Which is not enough to reach the guy, but we can certainly get moving and schmoving. So close. Yeah, we'll just have to make do with that. Alternatively, I guess we could throw a grenade here. We'll throw a toxic gas grenade because we don't want to waste our fire grenade here. There we go. Pascal, we move you over.
Calculated fury algorithm.
And we can't really move you any farther than that, so I guess we just do this.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
There we go. Move over here. Heinrichs, we move up
Get me a
here.
target.
We'll just send the blessing over here. Give Argenta a bit of a boost. Not that we need to, but we'll do it anyways. I would send a blessing over, but I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't actually get across there, so we'll just reinforce ourselves and go from there. Yep, the cultist does his thing. And you know what? Let's just do a shotgun blast here. No limit on melee attacks this turn, so... I mean, I guess we charge into the...
I'm not interested.
I mean, let's move back a little bit. We will activate Endure.
Victory is imminent.
Activate Sworn Enemy.
Indeed.
Charge in.
It will be done.
Wow, I managed to whip that.
I will do my duty. One fewer target.
There we go.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Okay.
What advice do you seek? The sooner we start...
Abelard is truly just built different. Wait for the electricity to finish. Alright, let's move up here. We can do an athletics here to quickly clear this debris away. But we'll save real quick before we do. Alrighty.
Compared to naval service, that was
Easy
barely a
peasy.
challenge.
We will secure this, which gets us a plasma pistol.
Let the faith
And
guide my
a
path
logic
to
test
glory.
to inspect the cogitator. We'll save first before we go any farther.
The machine gun grants me insight.
A multitude of symbols are carved into enormous generator. We realize they're the foundational tenets of the Electro Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Okay, so that's one. We will save again. Load.
Know your duty.
Okay, well. Yeah, I believe this is going to be important in the future, so using that Sacred Rite is not bad. It's fine.
Lesson learned.
Okay, that's a load. Not a fan of the fatigue, but it happens.
Who thought that was a good idea?
God dang it. Okay, that's another load. Not a fan of the application of fatigue, but, you know. We do what we can. Do what we can.
Unexpected result.
There we go. Good.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on
Let's,
Tactica Imperialis. And
this
weigh every
isn't
step.
locked, so we got
Sometimes,
that
though, you
going
just
for us.
fire your biggest cannon
I
and
want to
save
be
the
very
day.
careful here, so I'm gonna just have Abelard
Whatever
take
you
the
wish.
lead here for this.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Okay, we move over here. We take the precaution very seriously. We've secured loot here, secured... Now we just go northward here.
The Divine watches over us.
Alright, wait, and now we go. And now we do an awareness test. Let's see what this guy has to offer.
I've read about this.
These dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and the standard issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Okay. Interesting. The bodies of
reclaim
careless
what is
cultists
rightfully
have been
ours.
thoroughly fried by an arc of motive force. How convenient. Move over here. We're going to save. And let's go.
You are my next offering.
A crowd of cultists has surrounded the tech priest, crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper, repeated by 100 voices, blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally, and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. Clenched claws of stagnation. In the shackles of Iteration Zero, under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. I am registering a severe violation of purity protocol. The Blessed Armanat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he's an Armanat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the Blessed Armanat's motto. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere. Many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages, leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and not noticing you. How is he bearing this torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize the heretics have made the Blessed Armanat a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal, with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit systems. The tech priest's colors are stained with grime. They are diluted, painted over with rot, and yet his heart still holds a cinder of bright red. This dying flame can be ignited anew. Then we must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The Meccan dendrite points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. The lightning discharges have charred occultist corpses, which the smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. The clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the Arch-Enemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling. Small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, Rope Trader? The signs of the Arch-Enemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith. Their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of their ruinous powers near you, and draws their corrupting attention to you. Cassius stares in horror at the corrupted clothes and the scattered human ashes. Do not make me. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation from the power units from the Luma Deacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hall. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within a set parameters. Upon receiving an order to increase its peak values, it will turn this place into an electric trap. The safety system protecting the hall is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You would disgrace yourself by donning these tainted rags. The only unbearable disgrace is that of duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. You do realize this plan sounds like suicide. A sound similar to a laugh escaped Pascal's box. This statement is true. Then what do you propose? To flee? I have tried to employ this behavioral strategy in the past, and it has brought my soul no relief. I'm sorry, but I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in face and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Another desperate scream rends the air. So be it. May the Omnissiah protect the Blessed Armanite in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers. Alright. So we've got to basically really rush in and nuke everybody if we can. Yeah, assuming we can. I'm going to save here because I'm confident that is the choice that we go with. And we'll just have to hope / pray this is going to work.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Alright.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
I mean...
Heresy grows from idleness.
If we go here... we should be able to get the height advantage at least with
The Emperor
Argenta.
sets my path. I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. A
Let the
thousand
faith
heretics
guide
were
my
burning
path
alive,
to glory.
begging and
Alright.
What advice do you seek?
We'll begin this with an attack on my part here. We are going to nuke the gunner here. Let's do this.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. Oppose us.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Okay. Let's just hope this guy is going to be fine. It doesn't seem like he's been added to the battle, which is good. We will throw Abelard here. Ignatious will go here, I guess. Alternatively, we could put him in cover, but there's not much cover to be had. I guess the closest thing to cover would be this, but it's not going to be ideal. Heinrichs, we can go here. Cassia, we want you here. Pascal, we want you here. It's not ideal, but, well, I mean, I guess I could put Cassia back here, and then Pascal here. This'll have to do.
Death to non-believers!
Alright, off they come.
pain cleanses the body.
Right, yeah, so Argenta is in a very compromising position, actually, so this ain't exactly kosher. Well,
As the Emperor
if
commands,
she goes
I
down,
act.
she goes down. I'm not gonna complain. Let's start by purifying the enemy here.
Faith without none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I can still mark some people by doing this. Let's prioritize
As
cultist
the
gunners.
Emperor commands, I act.
There we go.
I'll do it.
Alright, Pascal. We are going to start with a Sacred Litany here. This is going to give everybody a, enemies a -10 to their dodge for 6 rounds. We're going to move up here. Alright, Pascal. We activate the... Do we activate Intimidation? It's either that or we do this. I think we go for the single target, so we want to go for Intimidation here. Yeah, so we activate this. This will deal damage to one person, but that's fine.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I bring ruin!
Okay.
Brace yourself, Abelard!
Okay, Abelard takes some hits. Alright, Tech Priest is suffering some wounds, but that's fine. Alrighty. If we move into position here, we can throw a fire grenade here.
Rejoice in service.
There we go. That triggers a burn across everybody. We're going to give Argenta some boost here to defense. I'm not too worried about her, at the very least. Abelard. We are going to activate Brace for Impact. We will activate Endure here. We're going to have him move over here. And we're going to intentionally taunt everybody here to attack Abelard. We can do a shield bash here if we so desire.
It will be done.
There we go. And we can do a stalwart defense. But before that, let's use our defense to block against this cultist fighter, I guess, as a choice, and then we will aim our shield here specifically. That way they're prioritizing me, at least.
Pain and duty go hand
Yep.
in hand.
Nice. Alright, Cassia, we want you to... We can do Waking Nightmare, but there's no need for that. We are going to use Reveal the Light here. We're going to do this.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And then, because of the circumstances, we can activate this and use the Firestorm ability. Because we managed to get the necessary requirements to get that done. So, we activate this. This nukes almost all the enemies here. In an insane amount. We then beef up Heinrichs here.
So shall it be done.
There we go. Cassia will then move closer here.
The navigator is coming.
Because we're going to need to get Cassia into a position where she can use her lidless stare to inflict the burn.
Out of my way.
So that's going to be fun. Alright, Heinrichs, we want to move you forward here. We're going to have Heinrichs start using his litany. We can thankfully get everybody within the...
Of course, Lord Captain.
Well, we can get him with everybody within the words of the Emperor. We're going to increase the power of Pascal. And we can then start weakening enemies here. Or I could charge in with a sword and board, to be fair. Depends on what I prefer. I guess I prefer sword and board, so... we will go with the charge, I guess.
See to it.
Here we go. Alright, everybody goes in. Alright, Argenta, we want to move you closer here. We will prioritize the gunners, because they need to go down. We will entrench just to be safe. There we go. Alright, Pascal is in a bit of a rough situation, but that's fine. These guys are quite a bit of prayer. Let's see. How is exploits looking? We've got a whole bunch of exploits here, so... If we do... If we do this, we can get a whole bunch of exploit power here, so we're going to go with this.
My vow is to serve.
There we go. It gets rid of their exploits, but gives us a juicy tactical knowledge of 5. From here, we then activate this. We'll do intimidation. We will move Pascal over here. And then we will swing from behind. There we go. Okay. Pascal goes down. That's not too surprising given the circumstances. We are going to move us over here. Okay. Prioritize you, I guess.
Will not be deterred.
There we go. That guarantees the kill. Let's bulk up Abelard here. And then we will target
And
you,
so
I guess?
it shall be done.
I think we're gonna need more fire grenades, though, with Ignatious. I think Ignatious just benefits greatly from fire grenades. Okay, we are going to move... Well, no, we want Abelard to... First, let's endure, because that'll just increase our defenses. We will endure here. We will charge this guy, ignoring this guy here. There we go. Alright, attack. And we'll taunt here. Not exactly ideal, but it is the best that we can do here.
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Alright, Cassia. So Abelard is going to probably suffer quite a bit of damage here. 11 to 13, that's fine though.
Battlefields are always
Because if I
drowned in
move
scarlet.
over here, I do believe that, yes, I will affect a whole bunch of people. So we want that.
Face the navigator's might.
It is a minor setback. Abelard suffers a little bit of damage. He's got some warp burn, but he doesn't take any damage from it, so that's good. We are going to
I'm not accustomed
give
to being ordered
Argenta
around.
an extra turn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And we're actually going... Yeah, no, let's give Finest Hour to
I'll
Argenta
paint
here.
your death in colors.
We do it here, that's going to get us plenty of room. Okay. I want to leave the burn because that will give us a ample opportunity to... but these guys are going to burn to death before that. Let's see. No, actually, no, they won't. Okay, so I will prioritize this guy.
Eradicated.
There we go. Then I'll deal you.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, Epicenter, or Rebel and Slaughter, rather. Allows us to
Faith
run and gun,
without deeds is worthless.
which we can then prioritize
by
this
faith.
cultist fighter.
I'll do it.
Oh, that was a miss? Seriously? Damn.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Dash.
I'll do it.
Reinforce. There we go. Castia's turn is over. Heinrich's begins. Alright, once again for the Emperor here. let us activate... Let's give Abelard a boost. We will endure just to make sure Heinrich's is going to be fine, and then we'll guarantee a hit. Or I would say that if we hit.
Death to the weak.
Okay.
I will bathe
We will
this
move over here.
in righteous fury.
Let's guarantee the hit. There we go. That gets rid of that guy. Okay, these guys are burning like crazy. Alright, I'm not sure whether I will be able to reach these guys. But I can certainly try by going here. Here we go.
Rejoice sends the warning to all
Burn
those
all
who
of them
seek
here.
to defy us.
The Tortured Tech Priest does suffer 18 damage. That's unavoidable, but let's see. Abelard, let's see, how are you doing? Got Duron. I guess we can give you the extra
And
dodge
so
here.
shall it be done.
And then we've got these guys, which shouldn't be too hard to deal with.
My ears are ringing.
Okay, let's get Abelard moving.
A tactically sound approach.
Activate Endure. We will then charge as far as we possibly can over. We will then enchant them so that way they are going to charge at us. And then we will aim our shield over here so that way they focus on us. And because of that,
I have read
Cassia can move
tomes of
over here.
military tactics.
Let's see. We haven't given Abelard any boosts yet, so we will have him
If I may,
buffed up. We will then throw
I
down
am a
some
navigator,
officer abilities.
not a servitor.
And we'll actually give him an extra turn because he should be able to charge into the fray here as a result. So we want him to charge here. And then we can do an attack here. I don't think I can double down on expose or the expose though. Yeah, I can't double down there, but I can certainly do this. There we go. Alright, Heinrichs. You can move over here, I think. Nope. We suffer some burn, but that's fine. We can do a siphon here.
See our foes obliterated.
Get some heal out of that. We can also do another.
For the throne's glory.
Here we go.
But of course, Lord Captain.
And we'll also throw in this,
I won't object.
which weakens all of them. There we go. Oh, Pascal, you've managed to heal. Congrats. We'll just give you a quick heal there. There you go. We'll have you go here and cover. Let the cycle be discontinued. That was
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I mean, we completed it, so I guess we, talk with the tech priest here? The cycles of the foreordained, their lurks of worship. The tech priest's body convulses. Pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers come from his box. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest carefully. His box system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the Blessed Almanac. Stranger, I request your name. How did you know my mentor's mentor's motto? God works. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? The fire of the hearth sends forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanuman. The tech priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Wasn't it you who summoned me to Rykab Minoris? What for? I categorically demand an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he's saying. What design? An intention both bold and honorable, to open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow. And trust in the great pattern of revelation, and uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice is trembling with elation. Those are his words. Those are his words. I have not heard them in so very long. I mean, you can ask him about the Armanats. You came here because of him, after all. No. The tech priest's voice rose stronger. He came because of himself. Myself. To redeem myself. To correct a mistake. Possibly. But how do you... There is a look of gentle condensation in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. A devastating coughing fit cuts him off, and you hear the clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. You can talk more once we get him out of here. A cold premonition breaks the heart. The probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to blood, and sacred unguents staining his sleeves. His voice rasps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmentics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust his tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. You know him, Pascal. The subject has not been identified, and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. And how did you kill those heretics? What technology did you use? Existence worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos has discontinued the cycle. Eschatos. This word does not appear in my catalog, but I'm aware of its existence. Perhaps it sounded in the Blessed Armanat's sermons. Filled by notes. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, Many sparks have gone out. Not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them. Save them. Recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration, so that you may behold what is hidden. A blast of motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts into a mocking grimace. Malformed binary code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect of that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. Pascal responds this with Tao rhythms of a containment area. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of a schismal, an unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the Texorism protocol. What is the schismal? An ugly mockery of the noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the Archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort. One whose very existence is an insult to the Omnicide wisdom. Let the tainted be eradicated. As mangled as it is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence, but even after that, a repulsive giggle is heard over the static of his vox. Pascal's mechadendrite touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmented in his claw, and extracts it from his socket with the utmost care. The skull bone cracks dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnicide commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to the servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Alright, there we go. We're just going to quickly grab up things and we'll go from there.
With each step,
there's a lot to say the least.
Among the stars.
But yeah, once we've gathered everything, we should be good. Has a lot of gear though.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments.
Oh, we've leveled up. Nice.
Purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Rykad. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
Let's gather everything we can. Oh, hello. That is a nice little tool, I think. Carapace chestplates. Nope. Casting chestplate. It's alright. Let's use a tech use here.
Operation successful.
I think we've got... Oh, no, we've got one more thing over on the far end here. Alright. There we go. We've now collected everything. We will organize here, and let's level up before we wrap things up. So now, we've got to level up things. We don't want that. We don't want this. We're going to go with intelligence as our next choice. And let's see, what do we go with? I guess Psyker Majoris is probably the best choice because that's going to increase our damage even further. because that just, yeah, it gives us access to new psychic powers. It also strengthens damaging psyker powers. So we're going to go with Psyker Majoris. This is going to increase our ranking power up to a psi rating of 3, which is ridiculous. Okay. We are going to increase perception, because that is the next best thing for us. Let's see. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain 1 MP and 1 deflection and cannot fall prone. So we need, we should definitely get heavy armor training, so let's quickly grab that. Or we could pilfer one of these upgrades here. Yeah, let's get heavy armor training. Hold on, let's see. Heavy armor proficiency requires a strength of 45, so we don't currently have the strength for it. What is our current strength with, let's close the interface for now. Let's see, what is our strength? We've got current strength of 30. So we need to find a way to increase that strength if we want him to wear heavy armor. Acceleration protocols will allow him to move a little faster. This is just good for him. Argenta, well, Argenta's built in the right way, so there you go. Litany of Hatred. 0 is number of zeal stacks divided by 2. Can only be used once for combat. Furious Recital. Okay. This is equal to willpower if we go Emperor Protects, so... You know what? I'm just gonna wrap it up here, because I need to go. But, yeah. I'm gonna wrap it up here. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I know I did, and I'll see you guys next stream. Take care, everybody, and have a good day.